You know, we're back talking about accidents again. I have two 17-year-old daughters. I wish we didn't have cars, but we do. So you know, I worry all the time about it. We all do. All mothers and fathers and grandparents, we all worry about these accidents that can happen. So, you know, the only thing that I try to do is to keep perspective, to realize that these things happen, to rely on my personal faith when these things happen. But these are extremely difficult and emotional things. And I suppose when I leave and I meet with the next governor, I'm going to tell the next governor about some of the things that are to be expected, which is there are many things that will be unexpected that will happen. And you need to gird your loins and be prepared to lead as best you can. Be compassionate, but be positive, because we need to be positive in life. We're not going to go crawl up in a ball somewhere and think that everything will go away. Life doesn't work that way. So it's an opportunity for us to learn. Now, through this investigation that the Highway Patrol will do, and it will be thorough, and it will be excellent, and it will be world class, we'll see what we can learn. And I don't want to prejudge anybody. Yesterday, the first thing I want to know is, where's the paperwork on the inspection? I want to see the paperwork, okay? Well, then I got the paperwork. Well, what about the third party? Those are the things you want to know. But what can we learn? Is there anything else that we would have missed? Or is this simply a case where you had failure? We'll see. But it's always tough. You know, look, one of the things that's been happening in this country lately is there has been an inability of people to put their feet in somebody else's shoes. When you put yourself in somebody else's shoes and you think about those families that got a call, or the ones that were here on the fairgrounds, and then the next thing you know, they're in the hospital. You know, it's a tough thing. So maybe all of us need to take a deep breath, even today, and think about how we treat others. That's always been my message, and it will continue to be. Thank you all for coming. I'm going to take a tour. There will be some questions. Look, I've said all I have to say today. We're going to let the investigation proceed. Dave Daniels will be involved all the way through, and we'll give you a full and complete report when we have it. I appreciate your interest in this. I know it's important. It's in the public interest. I'm somebody that has great regard for the ability of the media to tell a story, and I hope you'll tell an accurate story. And you know, I don't believe that the press, the people that are here, engage in fake news. I believe you do a very good job to try to report the facts. So please do that, and let's get on with the fair. Thank you.
Hi guys, so an update there from the scene of the Ohio State Fair, guys, where one was left dead and 6 others injured. We're just reading into this now. That was Governor John Kasich there speaking about it, and also referencing the tragedy that he's seen in his life. In 1987, his own parents were killed in a drunk driving car crash. So he was kind of making that connection to dealing with tragedy, I think. And we only caught a brief portion of that. We jumped right into the show. So thanks for joining us here on Fox 5 Live. But that's what you're looking at, the scene right there where this all happened. Guys, you've been kind of reading into this? Yeah,
I mean, just a tragic accident. It seems like there was a ride at the Ohio State Fair, a more aggressive thrill ride. It's been described as that. Just kind of halfway through, it snapped, it broke off, and it ended up, as Molly said, killing 1 person and injuring 7 more. So,
described now as the worst tragedy in the history of that fair. That's in Columbus, Ohio. We still have that feed up, so we're there live. There's a bunch of cameras there, and we're getting this source in live, guys, as we bring you all the live breaking news from today. This is a big story. This is sort of the one that has dominated a little bit this morning as we've been kind of following it.
Yeah, I mean, I think that a lot of times now with amusement parks and stuff, I mean, everything's always, faster and higher and longer, and people, but there's still that assumption of safety, with all the safety measures in place and harnesses and things. But so it's just kind of a reminder that stuff does happen. Things malfunction, things break, things don't go as planned, and even though you are harnessed in, you're still going. I mean, not in this case, but in some other cases, you're still on a roller coaster, you know, going 60 miles an hour, whatever it is.
Right.
So.
And I'm saying, like, I'm always sort of been a trusting person for those things. I'm adventurous and I love that type of stuff. But if you really sit back and think about it, those amusement park things, isn't that crazy how they're formulated, how they're, you know, you don't really know how checked into, I guess they are. You'll never prove it.
Yeah, no, I mean,
you trust it.
I'm with you. I mean, I love roller coasters. I love thrill stuff at amusement parks. I mean, the thing is, like, this ride is exactly the kind of ride that I would walk in. I would walk into and they go right for it. I would look around, you know, and I'm sure that there's, like, you know, other rides that are, you know, safer and calmer, and I'm like boring, and I go right to that ride. And so, like, all of a sudden that one, you know, if it breaks, that's like, and if that breaks, that's like that could have been me. You know what I mean? Like if I was in Ohio, that could have been me.
Exactly, and yes, now we're just getting this feed back in. You're looking at the governor there taking a tour of the state fair, so we're going to have this live as he tours around it. And obviously, this is the response that happens. The governor kind of comes, make a statement on it, and tries to move forward, of course, with this annual big state event that is part of who they are as Ohioans and stuff. So there he is, kind of touring around. Oh, good to know. A little piece of.
Governor Kasich touring the Ohio State Fair.
Okay, where's Ryan Burgess here?
So Emily was just telling me he was the one that said gave the word to shut down all the rides in response to what happened with the accident there at the fair. So we can watch this for a little bit, guys, and listen in, and then we'll come back inside the digital newsroom, guys. We're here in Washington, D.C., so stay on with us for our afternoon stream as we bring you all the live sources that we got and all the live breaking news as it happens right here from Fox 5 DC. I completely lost my photographer. Potts, where are you?
So what's new at Open?
Guys, we're just checking in with you from the digital news desk here at Fox 5. You're looking at two different shots here. One, this tweet that Ohio State Fair put out about the accident that occurred last night around 7 p.m. And their reaction to it. And then two, in sort of a rough, raw video, the governor of Ohio there is touring the state fair. We'll see if we kind of get this shot for much longer. And we've been following this story as one is now dead after this accident at the Ohio State Fair and about 7 injured. We're hearing at least 1 in serious condition, 2 in critical condition, and a range of ages really for the injured. The one person that did die was a 14-year-old boy. Or rather, just one of the. Oh, okay. All right, yeah. So we actually don't know the age of the person that died, but that's what I was trying to find out. So anyway, a mix of ages for the people who are injured, but there it is. We just kind of lost that shot, guys. But yeah, definitely a live trending story of today, guys, and something we were just talking about it in the newsroom. Like, it's not, you kind of take it for granted. You don't really think about it, but those things are scary. Oh, okay. Now finding out, yeah, it's still a teenager. The person who did die was 18 years old in this accident. So
Tyler Gerald.
Wow, really sad stuff there. So multiple injuries. I think people still in the hospital in critical condition. And Senator Rob Portman also tweeted out his concern or his condolences as well, his sympathies for what happened. And the governor here saying, you know, we have to go on. Let's continue with the state fair and move past this. So definitely a sad story out of Ohio there. But coming back to Capitol Hill, guys, we also have live this shot inside this media room where Paul Ryan is going to be speaking. We usually take his weekly media availabilities to you guys live, so we'll wait for him to come up and see as this healthcare debate continues this week. That's a big talker. Also, what else is coming up today? The White House press briefing will be on camera today in the 1 o'clock hour, and Sarah Huckabee Sanders will be at the podium for that one.
Theoretically, the 1 o'clock hour.
Right. We always wait around for it. You guys know.
It said 1:45, I think, so maybe like 2.
I know.
Maybe 2:15.
You just never know. Maybe she'll turn over a new leaf and it'll start
whenever
on time.
they feel like it, really.
So for now, guys, it's Molly and intern Cam and intern Emily in the newsroom today, and we're going to be jumping around, just bringing you the stories. If we have anything else from the Ohio State Fair, more information coming about that, we'll bring that to you live, as well as we also read more into what's happening and keep you updated with tweets and anything digital, any digital platforms that will be relevant to bring to you. All right, guys, so now we'll just wait it out here. We're on Capitol Hill. There's a live shot of the Capitol Dome today. We're going to jump inside and take you to Paul Ryan next. The media is getting ready for it, so let's go over there, and we'll be back with you in a little bit. Guys, while we wait for Paul Ryan to come up on Capitol Hill, we'll bring that to you live. I'm going to replay the governor of Ohio here talking about the Ohio State Fair so that if you're just joining us and seeing our headline here, you can see what he had to say about the accident from last night.
And I can let him say a few things. So, Dave.
Thank you, Governor. Good morning, everybody. My name is David Daniels. I'm director at the Ohio Department of Agriculture. First of all, let me say that our hearts and prayers are going out to the families affected by this incident, but I wanted to give you an update on where we stand. First of all, ODA will do whatever is necessary to cooperate with the Highway Patrol in their investigation as we move forward with the incident that took place yesterday. Last night, Ohio Department of Agriculture inspectors worked throughout the night to work to re-inspect all the amusement rides that are out there. Our inspectors were working on the ground to inspect the things that they could during the night last night. Those inspections will continue today. As we get an opportunity to get up on the rides, weather permitting, we will go through all those rides again. Last night, as I said last night, the safety of the patrons at our rides and fairs is one of our top priorities. Our inspectors are very well trained. They work very hard. They go through years of training before they come to us, and we continue to have continuous training not only through us but also through third-party trainers. Some of our inspectors are also trainers for the National Amusement Ride Safety Organization. So it's important to remember that amusement rides are mechanized pieces of equipment. They can fail from time to time. We work hard every day to make sure that those rides are put together and operating according to manufacturer specifications. We're going to continue to work to get the rides inspected, and when we feel that we've gotten our complete inspection done, then we will open the midway again when we finish that work. So, Governor?
Take a few questions.
Governor, Diaz with CBS News. Why should anyone trust these rides once they do reopen, given that the fireball passed several inspectors?
Well, look, I don't want to speculate on what caused this, because we have to do the full and complete investigation. But anytime you go to an amusement park, and I've been going to amusement parks since I was probably 5 or 6 years old. I used to go to Kennywood Park, and we'd ride on the roller coasters, and I think everybody always knew that there's an element of risk connected to it. So what you can do is you can inspect, and you can re-inspect, and you can, in this case, have a third party inspect. But if we're looking for guarantees in life, they don't exist. You just make sure that the risk that you take on is something that you balance against the activity you want to engage in. Hey, look, I think about those people in that hospital. I think about those people that were hit by debris. I think about that moment when some were thrown from that carriage. That's a nightmare. It's a terrible situation. But all we can do is what is humanly possible to make sure that we provide the safety and the inspections. And there's a case here at the fair.
All right, a little sound malfunction on that, guys, so we're back in the newsroom here, but hopefully you caught a lot of that point. We just replayed that from the Ohio State Fair. Then I think as we speak, he's still sort of taking a tour of the fair, and they'll be providing us with updates. If we do hear of anything else, we can cut in to the show and bring you whatever live updates we get on our video sources here. But I want to make a point to say it is National Intern Day today, guys. Woohoo!
Intern
So
lifestyle, let's
happy.
go.
So my interns that are joining us are intern Cam and Emily. Cam goes to Duke University, Emily's at Wake Forest University, and we're so happy to have them in here. Big, valuable assets to our team. And what are you guys feeling? What's your acceptance speech? What's your...
Oh, wow. I wasn't ready for this. I'm just,
Yeah, right? Bye. It's been good?
Yeah, I mean, been a good summer so far.
Yeah.
I actually don't have too many days left. I go to
Right.
on vacation next week. So, and then when I come back the week after that, that's our
Short
last week.
yeah.
So.
Yeah, so into early August we go, and then Emily, same for you. Are you first week of August, first or second?
2 more weeks.
Okay. And then they're back to college, guys. So we're happy to have them. It's a new thing, National Intern Day. Also, guys, we're following obviously the politics of the day. It's Redskins training camp week.
Redskins
right?
training camp opened up. Yep.
Cool.
Only notable thing,
DC local.
Jordan Reed is on the PUP list, the physically unable to perform list. So he's hurt to start. They don't think it'll last into the season, but he might miss and be limited for some of the preseason games. So.
Okay, that's a big of note.
Yep. Jordan Reed being probably our best offensive weapon at a skill position. So.
Looking forward to football season.
Oh, I'm so excited for football season.
We all are, right? I'm excited.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's always a fun going into the fall, getting ready for school. What else is on our plan, guys? I guess we'll just kind of bounce around the hill.
Yeah, bounce around whatever we see.
We'll see what comes in. Not a ton of pressing stuff, but wanted to make sure we jumped in and brought that to you guys live. So let's go back over to Capitol Hill, and if we see anything else, we'll jump in. But now we're going to Paul Ryan. It should come up any moment now, so we'll jump over there. Hey guys, we're back in the newsroom here. We're coming up on a little bit of breaking news that we're going to show you that we just saw from our sister station up in New York, guys. Check it out here. Some live footage of apparently a crash. A truck has crashed into a store in Brooklyn, in New York, is what we're hearing. And this is sort of a feed that we're taking from, like I said, Fox 5 in New York. And there's the pan out there. You can kind of see. We don't have a lot of information on this. You can see this chopper. A little bit of natural sound on this. But let me get some more information for you, and we'll look into it.
That's so weird. Like just kind of looking at it, like it's not even like it's a cross street or anything. Literally, just a truck was driving on this down the road, and then took a hard right turn, jumped the curb, and crashed into a store.
Yep.
So it makes absolutely no sense as far as any kind of like reasonable explanation.
Yeah, guys, and like we said, we're going to be looking up some more information to find for you, but right now this is what we have, these aerials of a crash. Wow, look at that. There's the close-up. Looks like a good medium to large size truck right there.
Yeah.
This is in Brooklyn. Yeah, exactly. Everybody's saying that it's a large sidewalk area and wide for it to kind of get over there. So, you know, no word on if this was what this was about, accident, intentional. We don't quite know, guys, but we're going to kind of look into it.
I don't even see it.
Hi guys, if you're just joining us, we're looking at some live aerials right here, chopper video from New York. And this is a brand new kind of breaking raw story, so we don't have a lot of information on this, unfortunately. But we're reading that a truck has crashed into a store on Utica Avenue in Brooklyn, in New York. You can see right there in the center of your screen, there's the truck. Cars kind of maneuvering around it, some passersby hanging out, and people just getting witness accounts and whatnot. But no live report right now, and no confirmed sort of written information for us. But this is what we have coming out of our sister station, Fox 5 New York, for you guys. So brand new and live. Hopefully this isn't anything serious. You know, these are always stuff that you got to look into. But we'll see sort of what goes on from here. But a lot of people surrounding the store for now, getting some accounts. Some officials seem to be there. I don't see, there's NYPD, I think, but I don't see a lot of police presence or cars. There's a couple of them. But once again, on Utica Avenue in Brooklyn, and we don't know the status of the driver or if anyone was hit on the ground, but we'll be looking up for more information. Hi guys, thanks for joining our stream. You can join us in the live chat and let us know what you think if you have any questions or thoughts. There's a kind of closer up zoom picture of what's going on. Right, isn't that crazy? The truck at the front of the truck, right at the front of the store. Hopefully everyone's okay, but we'll keep you guys updated as we watch this feed.
Okay. Hey, Lars. Southern State Parkway, about a mile west of Hempstead Lake, if we can get in there.
All right, no more feed there, guys. Apparently, that's all we know. Small little information there. But
yeah, so we know pretty much nothing actually, but
Yep.
the truck there. I mean, just visually, it makes no sense at all. I mean, it's not like he like careened off the road in some way. That was a pretty hard right. Oops, sorry, that was a pretty
Right.
hard right turn just onto the sidewalk. Pretty big sidewalk and right into the front of a store.
Right. Yeah, very, very interesting. And if we hear anything more on that, guys, we'll update you on what we hear. Hopefully nothing super serious coming out of that. All right, guys, we're live in Washington, D.C. Here's a live look at the White House right now. A little nice out today, a little more humid, but a little more cloudy. I've been enjoying this week's weather. It's been awesome.
Oh, very nice. I mean, the last 3 days have all been in the 80s, something like that, which is so nice for this time of year. Often you're in like the 90s and it's humid and you don't want to go outside, but it's been beautiful the last couple.
So beautiful. So there's a live look, guys. Little wind blowing that flag there. We're going to go inside on Capitol Hill now. We're still awaiting Speaker Paul Ryan. He should be next, although this was slated for a little while ago, and it sounds like things are a little bit backed up. But we're going to be bringing you that live. Also, White House press briefing is coming up today. If you're just joining us, and you'll be checking in for that, it's coming later this afternoon in the 1 o'clock hour. As always, we're here to bring you guys the breaking news, anything live, any sources that come in throughout the day, and we'll be here to do that for you. So we'll be watching.
I have a tidbit.
Yeah.
The Amazon CEO, Jeff Bezos,
Yep.
passed Bill Gates as richest man in the world.
I just saw a headline that said this, and I was going to say, so Amazon, or the richest man in the world is now Jeff Bezos, and we saw it in an article. Yeah. I was just seeing that headline as well. He passed Bill Gates.
Like,
That is amazing.
Bill Gates has been like #1 like that.
I know.
That's crazy.
Wow.
That's like just a ridiculous title. Like I can't even conceptualize being the richest person in the world.
I can't either. So Amazon, Washington Post, all of their stuff they're buying.
Yeah, I mean, why?
Blue Apron or whatever they're buying.
Blue Apron. I've actually heard really good things about Blue Apron.
Yeah, I forgot that. I totally forgot the recent Whole Foods stuff. Yeah, that's amazing. I just saw that for a brief moment too. Cool. All right, if we get any cool video on that, we'll show you guys.
Just like the concept of money at that point just doesn't even exist. Like you can do anything.
Yeah,
like at least Gates, they do so much good.
Yeah,
You know?
that's true. The foundation.
the Gates Foundation does a lot for charity and stuff like that. So hopefully Bezos follows that lead.
Yep. Good point. Good one. Good tidbit. All right, guys, we'll take you back to Capitol Hill. We'll be looking for more breaking news to keep you up to date. Let's jump into this room again here.
the Sputnik launch from this very launch pad, and it's absolutely amazing to think a simple, easy little satellite was launched from this pad 60 years ago, and here we're getting ready to go launch 3 crew to the most complex engineering marvel ever built in space, the International Space Station. I mean, what a tremendous transition from that period of time when we didn't know much about the Sputnik. We were, it was a very different time politically, and now today we're cooperating with, with the launch of a Russian, an Italian, and American to an International Space Station from that same launch pad that was kind of closed in secrecy when it launched the Sputnik 60 years ago. Just the transition is phenomenal when you think about it, and to see the dedication and the spirit of the people here today, I'm sure that same dedication and spirit was with the people 60 years ago here on this launch pad.
What is the significance of this launch in terms of not only restoring the station to its normal complement of 6 crew members, but to match the pace of the work that lies ahead?
Yeah, I think it's really exciting. We've got a lot of research going on board station, and to get the additional crew members up there, to get the additional hands and eyes and brains to actually go do these experiments is going to be just a tremendous benefit to us. So I'm really looking forward to these 3 crew getting on board station and beginning to dive into that research. So we haven't held back too much. The crew's been tremendously effective on orbit, but to see this big bounce that'll come when we get 3 more will be very exciting. And it's good to see station back at a full complement of 6 crew.
And when a 4th U.S. orbital segment crew member gets up there in September, so much the better, right?
Yeah, again, it's not intuitive, but you add an additional crew member, and effectively we get a 50% increase in crew performance and time on orbit for research, and that's enabled because the crew member doesn't really have to do any maintenance or any other activities on the station. They can be pretty much dedicated just to research activities. So I think, again, what's amazing about station is the hardware is phenomenal. The research equipment that's on orbit is just state-of-the-art, and now we're going to have the hands and eyes and ears that can operate that state-of-the-art research equipment. To see that teaming of that state-of-the-art equipment with the state-of-the-art humans, it's going to be unbelievable the amount of research that comes out of space station for the remainder of this year.
And finally, we're in the final weeks of Peggy Whitson's long-duration mission, almost 10 months on the station. What is her legacy going to be, not just for the time she's been on orbit since last November, but over the past 2 decades that she's flown?
Yeah, again, I think Peggy is a very special person, and the fact that she began her life as a researcher in the human research activities, looking at bone loss and that kind of research. So to start with that science background and then get a chance to become an astronaut and actually go fly is just phenomenal. And Peggy is an inspiration to all of us. She really challenges the ground team. She gets work done much faster. She keeps the on-orbit team marching to a good pace and a good cadence. Just a tremendous individual. So to see that same dedication she exhibited when she was a basic researcher to now as an astronaut is just phenomenal. So she's just had an amazing career. I look at all our crew members. They're all special in their own way, but Peggy just has that unique aspect of going from the researcher all the way to an astronaut today.
So, Sasha Yabova, you're the wife of Paulo Nespoli. How does it feel to be here next to the rocket that will take him into space tomorrow?
It is definitely very exciting. It's kind of bittersweet because we've come through a long training and we really enjoyed it. And we know that this is the last flight for Paulo. But definitely I'm very happy to be there again. I'm also happy to be here with the kids, because last time our elder daughter was very young and she stayed home. Today we came with 2 kids, a 3-year-old Max and 8 years old Sophia, and it's just so much fun for them, and it is very important, I think.
These little tiny patterns, they look like a bird or something.
No, we did that.
It's a Tenzik tutorial. And it's interesting too because you have different types of rocks. Is that like you have igneous and do you have any sedimentary? You wouldn't for lunar.
We brush everything till it's fine, and then we dust it
Gotcha.
so that it becomes smooth. Yeah.
Yeah, because it's amazing. It looks like you have some old cratering and new cratering on top of that, so it's like important to show. Especially well done because it looks like it's ejecta from the crater, and then it's covered with a dust.
In terms of what? Yeah, like how would you like to go around? Like where the sun would get it? Yes. So if I remember the angles correctly, this is 330. This is sorry, the one that's on right now is 230. No, that's 270. That's one. I think that is yeah, which one that is. So this is 350 and that's 30. Sorry. Okay. So that's cool. And then so why those specific degrees were that? So they we wanted a the image. This is an active sensor. It's literally firing out
a secret plan that has not yet been put on this floor with a promise that there will be a debate in the middle of the night. No chance for a committee hearing on it. No chance to consult with experts. No chance for us to go home and talk to our constituents. This is about as far away from a deliberative democratic republic as you can possibly get. It makes us think of 1787, when Ben Franklin came out of the Constitutional Convention, and he was stopped by someone in the crowd, and he was asked, "What do we have, a monarchy or a republic?" And he answered, "A republic, if you can keep it." Well, we're not keeping it right now through this secret, middle-of-the-night, non-consultative process. We are disgracing the notion that our founders fought for of a we the people republic. And this is something that touches so many Americans. We're not talking about the weight limit on a highway. We're not talking about what kinds of signs to post. We're talking about fundamental access to health care. And if the rumors are right, my colleagues plan to bring forward a bill that will blow up insurance on the exchange for millions of Americans. Well, an insurance pool is a situation that is a little bit like a swimming pool. You tear a hole in the side of a swimming pool, and the water drains out, and there's only a few inches left, and only people who would bother to go into that depleted swimming pool would be those who really, really want to swim. And it's the same with the healthcare pool. And the bill coming out tonight, we're told, will rip a big hole in the side of the insurance pool. And it will do so in a fashion that means only those who have pre-existing conditions, only those who are sick, only those who are old will truly try to get that insurance. And that means that the price will be driven up, and many of them can't afford it, so they'll drop out. So it means the pool will even have more people who are sick and older. This is the death spiral. So my colleagues today are planning to put forward a bill tonight, we are told, that creates a death spiral in insurance. Who pays the price? Who pays the price? Our nation pays the price with an estimated 16 million people who would lose insurance. We are talking about those who have every desire to have the peace of mind that if their loved one gets sick, they'll get the care they need. We're talking about Americans who have every desire to know that if their loved one gets injured, that they won't end up bankrupt. But all of that is at risk tonight. A few moments ago, my colleague from Nebraska came to the floor, and he started out by saying we need to ensure that the president doesn't overstep his powers. Well, let's talk, too, about this Senate not destroying its procedures designed to ensure a we the people republic, which means we should all vote to send whatever bill comes out tonight to committee where it can be duly considered in a bipartisan fashion, with experts, with consultation. In fact, my colleague from Arizona who came back and gave a dramatic and beautiful speech just 2 days ago, he said this. He said it should be considered by committee. Let's work together to take whatever plan comes out tonight and put it where it needs to be, in committee for due deliberation. This issue touches too many lives. It's too core to the quality of life of our fellow Americans. Let us not allow any bill to pass out of this chamber that would do so much destruction. Thank you, Mr. President, and I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from New Mexico.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, the Senate is now in its third day of voting on major health care legislation, and we still have no idea exactly what the Republican leadership wants, what bill they're going to put on the floor. Republican leadership tosses out options, bills that would affect the lives of millions of Americans and 1/6 of our economy. Not even Republicans know what proposal is coming next. And the American public certainly doesn't know what's coming. And they're very, very interested because they have health care and they want to know if it's going to be taken away from them. It's like the Republicans are playing health care roulette. The leader spins the roulette wheel, the ball lands arbitrarily on some version of the ACA repeal, and the leader quickly calls a quick vote on that random version of ACA repeal. Soon we're going to vote on a cynical amendment from the Republicans offering Medicare for all. My understanding, the senator offering this isn't even going to support his own amendment. If you were in a state legislature, you'd be prohibited from offering an amendment like that. They oppose this Medicare for All amendment. They oppose Medicare for All. So why are they seeking a vote? To distract from their own dangerous bills and reckless process. It's a desperate ploy, and everyone sees through it. I support health care for all. It should be a right in this nation, but this is a phony and insincere amendment, and all the while the president stands to the side, not caring one whit what the bill looks like or how many people will be hurt in the rush to get a bill out the Senate door. On Tuesday, we voted on the leadership's Better Care Reconciliation Act 2.0. That would cut 22 million Americans off health care. It also has been rejected overwhelmingly by Americans. Yesterday, we voted on straight ACA repeal, not replacement. That bill would throw 32 million Americans off health care. That idea is no more popular than the other bills. Today, maybe we will vote on a last-ditch version that would repeal parts of Obamacare, the so-called skinny repeal option. That bill is no better. It would mean 16 million Americans get thrown off health care. And the other really important part of this, it would raise premiums 20%. So we've heard, like our friend from Nebraska come down here on the floor, talk about their concern about health care. And concern about the cost of premiums. They ought to know that this proposal is going to raise premiums 20%. This bill is the Republicans' last hope. It takes away the individual mandate to get health insurance and the employer mandate to provide health insurance to employees. Like the other schemes the Republicans have tried, it would hike premiums for the elderly and for the sick. Blue Cross Blue Shield is opposed to this proposal. It says there, and I quote what they say, they have said, strong incentives for people to obtain health insurance and keep it year-round. That's what they are looking for. That's what it is in current law, and we have the Republicans wanting to take that out. There must be Affordable Care Act cost-sharing provisions for consumers. Otherwise, there will be, and this is the Blue Cross Blue Shield again, steep premium increases and diminished choices that would make coverage unaffordable and inaccessible, end quote. Like the other schemes, this won't ensure more Americans will have health care. It means many fewer will. It doesn't decrease health care costs, it increases health care costs. Even worse, there have been no committee hearings, no public input on this, or any of the other versions of ACA repeal the Republican roulette ball has landed on. My office has received, just to give you a sample of the public feeling on this issue, which is, I'm seeing it across New Mexico, my office has received 14,500 calls, emails, letters rejecting the Republican plans, an unprecedented number from the small state of New Mexico. I agree with Senator McCain. We must go back to the regular order. We must stop this gamesmanship. We need to work together on a solution to improve the Affordable Care Act by bringing down costs, making it easier for small businesses to provide health care, and especially for making prescription drugs more affordable, by not denying New Mexico families and millions more access to quality health care. The Republicans are playing with people's lives, making sure severely disabled children have health care through Medicaid is not a game. Neither is kicking elderly grandparents out of their Medicaid-funded nursing homes or enabling women to get breast and cervical cancer screenings from Planned Parenthood. It's hard to keep up with the Republican versions, 2.0, 3.0, 4.5, 5.0 of the Affordable Care Act repeal. But every bill is consistent that it cuts care for millions of Americans. The Republicans keep proposing so-called health care bills that are not actual health care bills. The real health care bill would protect gains made, cover more people, and make health insurance more affordable. But the Republican bills do none of these things. Their bills reverse the gains, cover millions fewer people, and make health insurance less affordable, especially for those most vulnerable. The American people want everyone to have affordable health care. That must be our goal. Republicans and Democrats should be working hard right now to get us to that national goal. I've shared the stories of New Mexicans who have lives that have been changed and even saved because of the Affordable Care Act. New Mexicans like Mike from Placitas. Mike had an aggressive cancer, but was diagnosed early thanks to the Affordable Care Act, and doctors saved his life. And Alexis from Albuquerque, who had a stroke and brain surgeries when she was 28. She had affordable health insurance under the ACA, and those subsidies helped her keep health insurance and get health care coverage. And Elena, who was able to offer a life-saving mastectomy because of Medicaid expansion. These are real people who are now jeopardized by the Republicans' bills and Republican proposals. And there are thousands more across New Mexico and millions across the country who are crying out for the Republican majority to change this reckless and dangerous scheme. I yield the floor. Mr. President, my colleague from New Mexico, Senator Heinrich, is here, who has been a real champion in terms of fighting for working families and for their health care. Yield to Senator Heinrich.
Mr. President, I would ask for unanimous consent to speak for up to 5 minutes.
Without objection.
For over 7 years, Republicans in Washington have cheered shortcomings in our healthcare system and blamed the Affordable Care Act for every problem under the premise that they would do so much better if just put in charge. Repealing the law made for great bumper stickers, great campaign promises. But the trouble is that their opposition to the ACA has always been more about politics than it ever was about actual policy, or for that matter, plans to do better for the American people. The shockingly rushed and secretive effort on display this week in the Senate is only further evidence that President Trump and Republicans in Congress don't have any real solutions to improve our nation's healthcare system. After months of negotiations behind closed doors, Senate Republicans released their secret Trump Care bill. Its contents proved too harmful for passage, even among themselves. Now stuck without a path forward, their latest idea is to pass a small backroom deal before sundown today, which no one has seen yet, to then go to conference with the Tea Party and the Freedom Caucus and the House of Representatives. While we still don't know what we'll be voting on, we know that the so-called skinny repeal bill would mean higher premiums and millions of Americans losing their health care coverage, not to mention deep cuts that would dismantle the Medicaid program as it currently exists and throw millions of Americans off their health care coverage and put our entire health care system into chaos, all to give a massive tax break to the wealthiest among us. That is just awful policy any way you look at it. Since January, I have heard from literally thousands of New Mexicans who have told me how important their health care coverage is to them and to their families. What answers do President Trump and Republicans here in Congress have for the grandmother in Santa Fe who wonders where she'll go when her nursing home closes because of Medicaid cuts? Or the woman in Albuquerque who wrote to me about how scared she is about losing access to mental health care for her depression and anxiety? What are they going to tell the single mother in Rio Rancho who relies on Medicaid to cover her children's medical costs, or the young man in Espanola who needs treatment to get clean from opioid addiction? These New Mexicans and millions of other Americans will be harmed if this bill becomes law. Look, I'm not outraged about all of this because I'm a Democrat or because of what I think of President Trump. I'm outraged about this bill because of what it will do to my constituents in New Mexico. And I will do everything I can to oppose this appalling legislation and this appalling process, and to fight to keep quality health care accessible and affordable for New Mexicans. If we can just halt this mad rush, we could all work, Republicans and Democrats, to get to the things that we agree need fixing in our system. And there is much work to be done there, no doubt about it. As Senator McCain told us all yesterday, we've been spinning our wheels on too many important issues because we keep trying to find a way to win without help from across the aisle. There is a better way forward. We can come together and work on the things that we know need to be fixed in the ACA. People's lives hang in the balance, and there are real bipartisan solutions if we can get back to regular order. I want to thank my colleague from New Mexico for his incredible leadership in this debate and say how hard we are going to work to make sure that we keep fighting for our constituents in New Mexico on this health care legislation. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President.
The senator from Colorado.
Mr. President, I'm aware that the time is at an end, and I wonder whether I could ask consent for 7 additional minutes.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I'd like to thank my colleagues from New Mexico, my neighbors, for being here, and I also want to thank the presiding officer for your statement. As usual, you're pointing the Senate in a direction that we should be headed. Whether people in my state support the Affordable Care Act or whether they don't, they're dissatisfied with the way our healthcare system works. And the Affordable Care Act or Obamacare or whatever you want to call it, that's just part of our healthcare system. We have Medicare, we have Medicaid, we have hospitals, we have doctors, we have nurses, and it all adds up in America in the 21st century to a system that is really hard on people and makes it very hard for them to predict their future. And it creates situations where they have to make choices that no other people in the industrialized world have to make about raising their family, about staying in a job, as the presiding officer was talking about, that they might not want to stay in for fear they would lose their health insurance. I thought you made an excellent point. I thought the presiding officer made an excellent point when he said that you don't lose your car insurance when you leave your place of business for another job. Why should you lose your health insurance? Why should you? Why should you have to put up with things in this country that nobody else in the industrialized world has to put up with? And it may be that the debate that we're going to have is as binary as the presiding officer was saying. Maybe it's a debate about single payer versus what he described as more consumer-based. Maybe there's something in between. America has a way of trying to figure those kinds of things out, or at least we have historically. My other colleague from Oregon earlier quoted the famous line when somebody yelled out to Ben Franklin, "What kind of government are you creating, a monarchy or a republic?" That was the question. And his answer, as the senator from Oregon said, was a republic if you can keep it. If you can keep it. Because the founders had extraordinary vision, and they were creating something that had never existed before in the history of humankind. Never existed. You could make an argument, a couple of small principalities or places in Switzerland, and there would be some argument about ancient Rome. But really, this exercise in self-government sprung from their imagination and their desire as human beings to govern themselves, to slough off the monarchy that ruled them and ruled others in Europe. But what Ben Franklin said was so important and so wise, because he didn't say a republic. He said a republic if you can keep it. They were creating, when they wrote the Constitution, a mechanism for the American people to resolve their disputes. They were not creating a republic where they believed that everyone would agree with each other. They had vast disagreements. They had disagreements far greater than the ones we have. They had geographic disagreements. They had disagreements about big states and little states. They had disagreements about slavery. But they were able to come together and create a mechanism to resolve our differences. They didn't believe, as some people seem to on talk radio every day, that if you don't agree with the other person, that you must be a communist or you must be some right-winger. That's not what they believed. They believed there was a public purpose, that there was public virtue that underlay the work that they were trying to do, and that we would only be able to persist in this republic if we kept it. If we kept it. That's how self-government works. It's not a king telling you what to do. It's not the generation of the founders telling you what to do. It's doing what you need to do. And as the presiding officer said, for the sake of people who did their jobs before us, but more important, as he said, for the people that are coming after us. And seen from this perspective, this process is a disgrace. This is why we have a 9% approval rating in the United States Senate. What's been referred to in past generations as the greatest deliberative body in the world. Those words are spoken mockingly today. And the people I represent and the people the presiding officer represents are paying a price for this. Somebody asked me back, it's been a long time since I've been in the majority, but there was I'm sad to say, but it's true, but there was a time when I would preside, like the presiding officer is doing today, and a reporter asked me once, what do you think about when you're up there? Because as John McCain said the other day, we aren't doing anything here. He's right, we're not. So the reporter said, what are you thinking about? You know what I told him? I said, what I think about is, what is China doing right now? While Democrats and Republicans here have their fight that has nothing to do with the people that we represent. While we know what China's doing right now, while we don't even have the decency to maintain the assets and infrastructure, the roads and bridges that our parents and grandparents had the decency to build for us, starting on this floor, they're building trains not just in China, but all over Asia to bind them together in an economic union to come after the United States. What's China doing? And what I deeply regret about this debate is the end product, whether we pass this bill or whether we don't, is not going to improve health care for the people I represent. And again, my starting point is, there are people that like the Affordable Care Act, there are people that don't like the Affordable Care Act, but everybody is deeply dissatisfied, as they should be, with the way our healthcare system works. And what we should do is abandon this process and instead go to committee. My chairman, Chairman Alexandria, he's a Republican, perfectly capable of running a bipartisan process that could lead us to a place where we actually are making things better for people who live on the eastern plains of Colorado, or in the Front Range of Colorado, or on the west slope of Colorado, who may be Republicans and Democrats, but for whom health care is not political. It's about their family and about their future. And that's what we should be keeping in mind instead of just the next election around here. Everybody has lamented that. And I'll finish. I know I'm coming out of time, Mr. Chairman, but I remember when the majority leader was not the majority leader. He came to this floor. He's a smart person. He's a smart person. And he came here and he said, quote, major legislation is now routinely drafted not in committee, but in the majority leader's conference room, and then dropped on the floor with little or no opportunity for members to participate in the amendment process, virtually guaranteeing a fight. That's what he said. That is what he said, and I am telling you, to those of you that I was in town hall meetings with 7 years ago, when people were saying, read the bill, the Tea Party was at the height saying, bringing pocket constitutions to my meeting, telling me be faithful to that process. I say we should be saying that right now. Be faithful to that constitutional process. He knew that the process wasn't working as it should. And what he said was, quote, when Democrats couldn't convince any of us, that is Republicans, that Obamacare was worth supporting as written, they decided to do it on their own and pass it on a party line vote. He's continued, it may very well have been the case that on Obamacare, the will of the country was not to pass the bill at all. That's what I would have concluded, he said, if Republicans couldn't get a single Democrat vote for legislation of this magnitude. I'd have thought maybe this isn't a great idea. So I say to the Republicans and Democrats that are here today, maybe it isn't a great idea because they can't even get the Republican votes. They haven't gotten one Democratic vote. They haven't gotten the Republican votes to repeal and replace, even though they've run on this for 8 years. They had to bring the vice president here to cast the deciding vote because we were tired. What a shame for the Senate not to do its work and to rely on the executive branch to come here and supply that vote. And every single person in this body knows the President of the United States has no idea or interest what's in this legislation. Every single person here knows that. So why are we doing it? We're doing it, I guess, to fulfill a campaign promise to repeal Obamacare. And I can understand why there's pressure for people to do that because they've said that over and over again, even though I disagree with their characterization of the bill, I disagree with the facts that they presented. I understand that impulse, but I don't understand the impulse of writing a bill in secret, not having, listen to this, folks, not having a single committee hearing. Not one committee hearing in the Senate. Talk about read the bill. How about have a bill that's written down on paper so we can read it? Where are my brethren in the Tea Party that wanted to read the other bill? There was a bill then. There had been a bill for a year and a half. There's no bill. There's no bill. Because what they're trying to do is figure out what they can eke out across the line here. They're calling it skinny repeal. I don't even know how that satisfies the laugh test when it comes to the campaign promises that were made around here, but that's not my issue. But we should just stop. We're at 9%. This bill, I think, Mr. President, the last time I checked it, we had a 15% approval rating or a 20% approval rating. Don't pass that. We've wasted 6 months, not of our time, but of the American people's time. I've got people all over the state of Colorado that would love to come here and testify at a committee hearing about how healthcare is intersecting their lives, how it's making their life difficult, or how they're benefiting from certain things. And I'd love them to have the chance to come here and testify. But we haven't set up that process. We should. We should stop this. The American people would be relieved if we would stop this partisanship, get together and work on the committee as we should do, and pass something on the floor. What's forgotten about the Affordable Care Act is that even though it didn't have Republican votes, and it should have, it had almost 200 Republican amendments adopted as part of the process. And I agree with what the majority leader said then. You know, if the process is lousy, the outcome of the bill is likely to be lousy. And, important point he made, it's unlikely to reflect the will of the American people. And when it doesn't, what it's going to mean is we're just going to continue to seesaw from one election to the next election. And we're not going to get a result. I am willing to settle for 80% of what I want, or 70% of what I want. I am. I don't think that's an unvirtuous position to have. All these people here all the time talking about the principle they're standing on. When you scratch at that and look for the content of the idea underneath that principle, there's very seldom anything there. They're often repeating something they heard last night on Fox or MSNBC, but it wouldn't be recognizable to the founders as a principle. And for them, a fundamental principle is that you had to unleash the imagination of people with different sets of experiences, different sets of opinions, different geographic places in order to do the right thing for this country. And that's what we should do today. And I realize the indulgence of the presiding officer. I thank him for his kindness. And with that, I yield the floor.
Hi guys, checking in with you from the digital news desk here at Fox 5 Live. We're in Washington, D.C. at Fox 5 D.C. I'm Molly with intern Cam here.
Thanks for staying with us.
Thanks for staying with us. A lot, kind of a rolling on day, a lot of politics, not a lot of big action, but we're watching inside the Senate chambers right now as the Senate continues to debate healthcare. We'll see what becomes of that in the next week. And then up next, in the right corner of your screen here, where we're inside the White House press briefing room, where we're going to hear from Sarah Sanders live shortly. This is slated for 1:45. We'll see when it actually comes up. And
yeah, I'd guess
go from
closer
there.
to 2, but we'll see.
Possibly closer to 2, and then we'll also see how the Senate procedural speeches and whatnot go on inside the chambers there. So we're keeping an eye on this. This is our live sources that are coming in right now. Also, some breaking news. We heard word of a shooting in Alexandria, Virginia. We're going to be efforting some more information on that as we get it. We have a reporter being sent out there, and if we get anything live back, we'll stream that for you as well, hearing that it's some sort of type, maybe domestic dispute, a group of people who were possibly involved in this shooting in Alexandria near the Braddock Road Metro. So just over the border near us here in D.C. But that's the latest of breaking news here in the Washington, D.C. newsroom. And we're going to watch and wait and hope that the White House press briefing starts reasonably on time.
Yep. We can always hope.
And go from there, because this should be an interesting one, starting a little earlier or slated for earlier today. And, you know, it's just some follow-up questions perhaps about the statement that President Trump put out on Twitter yesterday about transgender in the military, and sort of some follow-up on that to see what becomes of that and other political news of the day.
Yep.
So we'll go from there. All right, guys, enjoy the show. Thanks for staying with us. We'll be back in the newsroom after this is done.
This guy's raping my ears. Kasich? Direct the show.
You were message discipline, right? I'm just like, focus, locked in. And you were hilarious, though. That was the funniest one.
100%. Alaskans in that market, individual Alaskans, for one health insurance plan, for one individual, pay almost $1,100 a month in premiums for health care. That's not affordable. So we're debating it. It's important. It's an open amendment process. We're going to be probably debating all night, and that's what we should be doing. The world's greatest deliberative body, debating a very important topic. But healthcare is not the only issue that the Senate is focused on, Mr. President. As a matter of fact, a number of us on the Armed Services Committee over the last several weeks have been working on and debating and bringing amendments to the National Defense Authorization Act, the yearly act that authorizes funding and training and equipment and policy for our military and the young men and women who serve in our military. It's one of the most important things we do here in the Senate, by far. So we've been doing that as well as health care, which is also extremely important. 3 weeks ago, after a lot of debate in committee, after a lot of hard work, debate between Republicans and Democrats, the draft NDAA of 2017, the National Defense Authorization Act, focused on our national security, focused on our troops, passed out of the Armed Services Committee 27-0. Very bipartisan bill. Very important bill. And a very important bill for the country to move on after the health care debate. So we had the majority leader, the chairman of the Armed Services Committee, had a very simple request. The minority leader this morning, when I was in the chair presiding, and the request was, once we are done, for now, because it's going to continue with the health care debate. We won't be done for a long time, but once we complete the business that we are undertaking for the next several hours on the health care debate, that we move forward to debate and pass the NDAA of 2017. Pretty simple requests, very reasonable requests. This bill, like healthcare, is extremely important for the nation, for our troops, for national security, and on a personal note, it's particularly important for one of our members, the chairman of the Senate Armed Services Committee, Senator McCain of Arizona. We all know him. Americans know him. He's been a mentor to many of us, a leader, certainly an American hero who has sacrificed immeasurably for our country. And in another of a series of heroic acts by the senator from Arizona, he returned to the Senate this week after announcing that he's fighting brain cancer. Now, Senator McCain is a fighter. He's going to win this fight, but he's going back to Arizona very soon for treatment. So many of us, but especially the chairman of the Senate Armed Services Committee, who did more than anyone to move that bill forward in such a bipartisan way, want to take up the NDAA after the health care debate. Pretty simple, pretty reasonable, and really good for the country. Finish the health care debate for now with this open amendment process that we're beginning already here on the floor. Then turn to the NDAA after and debate that. Good for our troops, good for our national security, and it would show a lot of respect to the chairman of the committee who's done more for his country and more to advance this important bill than anyone else. So, Mr. President, I hope my colleagues, all of my colleagues, this shouldn't be a partisan issue, can agree to this. But unfortunately, we're hearing rumors that the other side is saying unless we vote against any health care bill to continue to move forward, unless we vote for any health care bill against it to move forward, then they are not going to take up the NDAA. Now, does that make any sense? We're going to debate health care. That's really important. But now we're hearing the other side saying if they don't get their way in the debate, then forget about it. We're not going to take up the bill that authorizes the training and equipping and the policies of the United States military. Does that make any sense? The answer to everybody here in the Senate chamber, anyone watching on TV, it makes no sense. These are not connected. These are not connected issues. Is playing politics with our troops, tying it to another bill, any way to advance the national security and the welfare of the men and women serving in our military? The answer is no. You know, unfortunately, Mr. President, we've seen this movie before. Some might remember last summer, right around this time, we were working hard on appropriations bills. The Appropriations Committee voted different appropriations bills out of committee, as they're supposed to do, and they voted the Defense Appropriations Bill out of committee with an overwhelming bipartisan vote. So what did we do? We brought it to the floor to debate it and try to pass it. Funding for the troops. That bill was filibustered 6 times by my colleagues on the other side of the aisle. 6 times. Go home and explain that vote. Why you filibustered spending for our troops when they're in combat, by the way, 6 different times. I came down to this floor numerous times asking somebody, anybody on the other side to come down to the floor and explain why you're filibustering spending for our troops on a bill that passed out of the Appropriations Committee with overwhelming bipartisan support. So, Mr. President, I'm going to ask the same question. The NDAA came out of the Armed Services Committee 27-0. If the minority leader is going to filibuster that, he should come down and explain it. If he's really saying, we'll only take up the NDAA if we get our way on the health care debate that we're having right now, he should come down and explain that. Because it makes no sense. It makes no sense, particularly because we all know that right now we are seeing very, very significant national security threats to our country. Pick up the paper. Iran, Russia, China, and in particular, North Korea. There was a report in the paper just the other day, yesterday, front page of the Washington Post saying, it's now estimated that North Korea is going to have an intercontinental ballistic nuclear missile, likely by next year, that can range not only my great state of Alaska, but the rest of the continental United States. These are serious national security threats. And one of the provisions in the NDAA that had bipartisan support was to significantly enhance our country's missile defense. Is that important, given the North Korean threats that are at our doorstep? You think the American people care about that? It is important. It's important, as are the hundreds of other bipartisan provisions in the NDAA that will enhance our national security, authorize funding for our military forces, increase the numbers in our military and strength, and again, very bipartisan. Mr. President, you and I have the honor of serving on the Armed Services Committee. It's a great committee. It's very bipartisan. We get a lot of work done, led again by a great U.S. Senator, John McCain. It's an honor to serve there. I believe right now the Senate is trying to pass a unanimous consent agreement that as soon as we're done with health care, that we will then take up this critically important bill. As the chairman wants, as he's requested, and as our military needs. We should do that. This is not a hard decision by Democrats or Republicans. So I hope we can do that. I want to encourage all my colleagues on both sides of the aisle, whatever your plans are in the next couple days, we'll get through this health care debate, very important for the country, and then let's get through the NDAA debate and pass that bill as well. But what we shouldn't be doing is playing politics with our military, or somehow tying moving forward on an important piece of legislation for them to another issue that has nothing whatsoever to do with them. We shouldn't be doing that. And if we are, shame on those who are. So let's move forward, let's have this health care debate, and when it's completed, let's immediately move to the NDAA and pass that. It's a bipartisan bill. It's going to help our nation, help our troops, enhance our national security in dangerous times, and there is no reason that anyone should block moving forward on that important piece of legislation as well. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Hey guys, just checking in back with you guys. We just heard some speeches on the Senate floor there, and we still have that feed coming in live from Capitol Hill, but also the White House press briefing. Like we said, we thought it might start a little late, as it usually does, and so now we're going into 2 o'clock. This should hopefully be starting soon. Likely they'll give a 2-minute warning, but you can see some of the reporters gearing up here for their live shots, and then we'll get this going when she comes up to the podium and hear from Sarah Sanders for another White House press briefing.
Yep. You know, it's been 15 minutes now past the scheduled time, so probably in the next, 5-10 minutes, you'd hope.
We'll have to see.
You'd hope.
We'll probably go with this. A lot of politics today, but kind of a slower day as for breaking news.
Yep.
And we'll see what comes from here. That will stay on the air for this briefing, and then go from there. And then Cam is off to his trip.
I'm off, going down to North Carolina.
Not gonna see him for
coming
another
back,
week?
going out to Idaho, coming back, and then I'll be back.
And then he's back. So we'll be sad to see him go for the week, but he'll be back eventually, and then say his goodbyes for the summer later on. All right, guys, stay with us. We'll take the White House press briefing next, and I'll listen in for anything else that comes up. In the meanwhile, you're watching Fox 5 Live here on our digital stream platform. Thanks for joining us. Subscribe to our channel if you like it. Press that button that says subscribe. You can see the alerts on your phone as to when we come up every day. All right, guys, take a listen, and she should be up shortly, and we'll have this for you.
so many Montanans. If I could sum it up into three things. One, lower costs. Two, to ensure we save Medicaid, protect Medicaid for the most vulnerable in our society. And three, to ensure that we protect those with pre-existing conditions. Where some of my friends across the aisle, they want to see more government control of families' health care decisions. In fact, a complete government takeover. I believe we need less government control, not more government control. In fact, their gold standard for healthcare reform is really socialized medicine. It is called various things. Some call it government-run healthcare. Some call it single-payer healthcare. Some call it Medicare for all. But in essence, it's socialized medicine. The amendment that I'm putting forward here today is cut and pasted text. The precise language. It's a carbon copy down to every last comma and period of Representative John Conyers' bill, the representative from Michigan, which has 115 Democratic co-sponsors as I speak. That is an impressive 60% of the Democratic caucus in the U.S. House supports, they have co-sponsored this very bill, this amendment I'm putting on the floor here today. So in addition to the 115 House members, who on the Senate side supports this bill? MoveOn.org has circulated a petition in support of the Conyers bill. And the bill has been endorsed by hundreds and hundreds of labor groups, medical groups, political groups, civic organizations. Let me be clear. I believe socialized medicine would be a disaster for the American people. Last November, the American people voted to make America great again, not to make America like England again. But I believe that Montanans, I believe the American people deserve to see us debate different ideas right here on the Senate floor. This is referred to as the greatest deliberative body in the world. Well, let's deliberate, including the leading idea coming from the other side of the aisle.
Would my colleague
Why I've offered this amendment.
For a question?
Mr. Chairman.
I'm sorry, I did not catch all of your remarks, but I think you have said that this is a vote on a bill that was introduced in the House. How many co-sponsors are on this bill? Is this a legitimate?
Yeah, for those who are watching and observing, it's H.R. 676. There are 115 Democratic co-sponsors on that bill as we speak.
So this is a legitimate bill that is not up for consideration now in the House. Is this the Conyers bill?
It's the Conyers bill. I didn't write this amendment, this bill I'm introducing. We cut and pasted the precise text and I'm bringing it over here and offering it today.
Is there at least a preamble to this bill or just an opening, a couple of paragraphs or something that
Mr. Chairman, in preparing this, in reading this bill, for those who want to see the heart and soul, the vision of the Democrats, it can be found in this first paragraph of the bill. In fact, and I read it, it says, the bill establishes the Medicare for All program to provide all individuals residing in the United States free health care. And it goes on to say, a couple paragraphs later, health insurers may not sell health insurance that duplicates the benefits provided under this bill. If that's not a complete takeover of the health care system from the government, then you tell me what is.
And that's in the bill.
It's in the opening paragraphs on the bill. It's the preamble for it.
Well, I think we have a choice here. I think we have a very honest choice. There's been a lot of talk about single payer. There was a lot of talk about it early on in the debate about Obamacare. I recall in observations made by President Obama that this was a first step toward single payer. I understand that, well, I know that the former Secretary of Health and Human Services, Kathleen Sebelius, said the same thing. Obviously, Jonathan Gruber said the same thing, that this Obamacare was a first step toward single payer. All you're doing is just, okay, if that's the goal, bring it to a vote.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I agree with you, and that's what we plan to do today. Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent for an additional 6 minutes of debate equally divided between the managers or their designees.
Is there objection? Without objection.
So as the chairman just mentioned, Senator from Kansas, I believe the Montanans and the American people deserve to see us debate different ideas. That's why I brought this amendment to the floor today. Just earlier today, a couple hours ago, my colleague from Vermont, Senator Bernie Sanders, was on the Senate floor suggesting that my amendment is intended to embarrass Democrats. Senator Sanders, my amendment shouldn't embarrass anyone. I'm trying to show the American people, bring it out here in full light, who is supportive of socialized medicine and who's not. If you're supportive of that, why be embarrassed? The senator from Vermont announced that he wouldn't support the amendment unless I voted for the amendment myself. But Mr. President, let me be clear, I don't support socialized medicine. Senator Sanders does. It is time to fish or to cut bait. Why are senators now on the other side of the aisle running for the hills when they now have the chance to vote on the gold standard bill their party supports? Senator Sanders and the Democrats who support Representative Conyers' bill shouldn't be dependent on my support. Senator Sanders says he'd vote for it if I voted for it. Guess what? Tell the American people what you think. I think we should vote no on this. What say you?
Who yields time? If no one yields time, the time will be equally divided between the two parties.
Mr. President, note the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Alexander.
Thanks, Connor.
Yeah, really. Everybody.
Good afternoon, you guys. Before we get started on some of the Q&A, I'd like to bring up Tom Homan, which some of you guys may know and remember, the Acting Director of the U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement, and Rob Hur, the Principal Deputy Attorney General, to talk with you about what the Department of Homeland Security and the Department of Justice are doing to eradicate criminal organizations like MS-13. Mr. Hur will speak to the Justice Department's work first, and then Mr. Homan will discuss the ICE component, and Tom will stay and answer your questions. As always, I'd like to put out a friendly reminder for you guys to stay on topic, and after that I'll come back up to take your questions. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon. My name is Robert Hur. About 5 weeks ago, I was sworn in as the Principal Associate Deputy Attorney General at the Department of Justice. In that role, I serve as the Principal Advisor to the Deputy Attorney General. I appreciate the chance to talk to you about the Justice Department's aggressive efforts to achieve this administration's goal of dismantling the transnational gang La Mara Salvatrucha, also known as MS-13. As you all know, the President is traveling to Long Island tomorrow to talk about our fight to eradicate the violent threat of MS-13. And as we speak, the Attorney General is in El Salvador, where he will spend the next 2 days addressing the root of this problem, the San Salvadorian prisons that house the leaders of this dangerous gang. While there, the Attorney General will meet with members of the Justice Department's transnational anti-gang task force on the ground in El Salvador, and the Attorneys General from the Northern Triangle countries of El Salvador, Guatemala, and Honduras to discuss joint efforts to disrupt and take down MS-13. Earlier in my career, I served as a federal prosecutor in Maryland, where I personally prosecuted a number of MS-13 racketeering cases. These included capital cases in which the defendants' crimes were so violent and so heinous that the government saw fit to pursue the death penalty. Through these prosecutions, I learned firsthand from the victims, their grieving and heartbroken families, and other members of terrorized communities just what a scourge this group of thugs really is. This gang's chilling motto is Mata, Viola, Controla, which means kill, rape, and control. They seek to live up to this motto through truly shocking acts of violence designed to instill fear. Vicious machete attacks, execution-style gunshots, gang rape, and human trafficking. They use whatever they can get their hands on: guns, knives, machetes, baseball bats, tire irons, or their fists and feet, not just to inflict violence. They use violence to shock, to send a message, and to control territory here in the U.S. and in Central America. The Attorney General has answered the President's call, and we at the Justice Department are moving forward aggressively against MS-13. Specifically, pursuant to the President's direction and executive orders, the Attorney General has directed the Department's law enforcement agencies, ATF, DEA, FBI, and the Marshal Service, as well as federal prosecutors across the country, to prioritize the prosecution of gang members, specifically MS-13. The Attorney General has issued charging guidance regarding violent crime and criminal immigration enforcement, both of which directly target MS-13 members and their associates. In addition, the Department of Justice has requested funding for 300 more federal prosecutors to focus specifically on violent crime and criminal immigration enforcement. We've also prioritized multi-agency and cross-border collaboration in order to attack MS-13 from all angles. The Justice Department and the Department of Homeland Security are coordinating our anti-gang efforts to ensure that we bring both criminal and immigration laws to bear in the fight against transnational gangs. We continue our critical partnerships with state and local law enforcement around the country, whose brave men and women are truly on the front lines in the fight against MS-13. And we work, of course, hand in glove with our law enforcement partners in the Northern Triangle countries of El Salvador, Guatemala, and Honduras. They are helping us take the fight to MS-13 on its home turf. It speaks volumes that the Attorney General himself has traveled to the nerve center of MS-13 and is standing in solidarity with our partners in Central America. Indeed, earlier today, just hours ago, El Salvadorian prosecutors announced that they have filed charges against and arrested over the past 36 hours hundreds of members of MS-13 in El Salvador. Many of the defendants are members of MS-13's Peajes Locos Salvatruchos clique, who are centered in the La Paz department of El Salvador. Earlier this year, members of this MS-13 clique committed several high-profile murders in El Salvador. The shooter in these murders fled to the United States and is now in ICE custody pending immigration proceedings. This prosecution showcases just how closely we are working with our partners in El Salvador to combat MS-13. Specifically, U.S. law enforcement agents with ICE who are on the ground in El Salvador are coordinating with their counterparts here in the U.S. to ensure that the shooter is removed from the United States as quickly as possible to face charges in El Salvador. This investigation is being handled by Salvadorian gang prosecutors who are trained and mentored by embedded DOJ prosecutors in El Salvador, and Salvadorian police officers who were trained and mentored by the FBI and advisors from the State Department. At the request of Salvadorian prosecutors, the Justice Department has also arranged to have an essential witness to the murders transported to El Salvador for court proceedings. United States law enforcement and federal prosecutors recently targeted leaders and members of the same Peajos clique operating here in Maryland, charging 16 defendants with racketeering offenses involving murder and attempted murder, the last of whom was sentenced this year to life imprisonment. These are very significant blows to MS-13 and are made possible by our close cross-border coordination. We've also revitalized the institutional hearing program, which brings immigration judges to Bureau of Prisons facilities to adjudicate the immigration status of federal criminal alien inmates while they're incarcerated. This results in much quicker deportation after these criminals serve out their prison sentences here in the United States. Finally, we are also holding sanctuary cities accountable for their lawless conduct. The Attorney General will not allow sanctuary cities to become sanctuaries for criminals. Earlier this week, the Attorney General announced new grant conditions. Cities and states may only receive burn JAG grants if they comply with federal law, allow federal immigration officials access to detention facilities, and provide 48 hours notice before they release an illegal alien wanted by federal authorities. Taking on MS-13 is a top priority of this administration and this Justice Department. We will not tire and we will not fail. I'm humbled to once again be in a position to work to reduce and ultimately decimate this gang to make our communities safe for all Americans. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Tom Holman. I'm the Acting Director of U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement, known as ICE. Targeting, arresting, and removing members of violent street gangs such as MS-13 sends a clear message to criminal enterprises around the world. You are not welcome in the United States, and you will find no harbor here. President Trump made it a priority to get these criminals off our streets and, when possible, out of our country. And that's exactly what the men and women at ICE are going to do every single day to help keep America safe. ICE's Homeland Security Investigation, known as HSI, National Gang Unit, leads our efforts along with our deportation officers to identify and arrest gang members while working to dismantle the organizational structure that supports them. Gang members are involved in a broad range of criminal activity, including murder, extortion, narcotics trafficking, weapons trafficking, human smuggling, and other crimes with a nexus to border security. Since the beginning of January of this year, ICE's Homeland Security Investigation has already arrested 3,311 gang members across the country in a number of targeted operations. I'll speak just about two. Project New Dawn, a recent gang surge led by ICE HSI, netted 1,378 gang arrests. Operation Matador up in New York State since May 9th has netted over 100 gang members and affiliates, vast majority of MS-13 members. Make no mistake, organized violent transnational gangs threaten the safety of our communities, not just in major metropolitan areas, but in our suburbs like Suffolk County in New York, where I'll be joining the President tomorrow to discuss this very issue. Let me share just a couple examples that demonstrate the violence of these criminals. Recently, 2 MS-13 members who were juveniles arrested as part of Operation Matador have been implicated in the quadruple homicide of 4 young adults in New York. An additional MS-13 arrest admitted to being complicit in homicides of 2 juvenile females. Multiple other Operation Matador MS-13 arrests have led to admissions of narcotics trafficking, weapons smuggling, and intelligence on other unsolved crimes in the region. The proliferation of MS-13 remains an ongoing challenge for law enforcement everywhere. Our efforts to eradicate gangs such as this are much more effective in areas where our partnership with local law enforcement is the strongest. As I said the last time I was here, I cannot stress enough, our operations are more effective when there are strong local partnerships supporting them. Sanctuary city policies only make it more difficult, if not impossible, for ICE to remove known gangs.
Victims who are all in stable but serious condition and have been transported to the hospital. At this time, our preliminary investigation shows that the suspect is known to the victims, and we are in the process of searching for him at this time. This immediate area will be closed to all foot and vehicle traffic until further notice. We will be giving an update through a press release later on today, and at this time we will not be taking any questions. If anybody has any information regarding this incident, please call the police non-emergency number at 703-746-4444. Thank you very much.
We're all 3 shot. We're all 3 shot.
No questions at this time.
You're having a press
Thank
conference. Why are there no, we can't ask
This is our information that we have to give, but we're going to give out a press release later today.
Can you say if the victims were shot?
I mean, it was a shooting.
Can you say, there was also a crash. Can you say all 3 of your victims, are shooting victims?
I'm sorry, Darcy.
Hey guys, we just broke in for a quick press conference. Obviously not a lot of information there in Alexandria, Virginia. We have a reporter there right now. This is a breaking situation. Apparently 3 victims were transported to local area hospitals. According to Alexandria police, this is just blocks away from that congressional baseball practice shooting. There's still more details to be found here. Obviously they didn't let any questions be asked and answered. So if we can effort some more information on that, we will. But that's all we know right now, guys. Apparently there were several bullet holes in a car, and our reporter Tom Fitzgerald was actually there on the scene, got some pictures of those cars. I'm going to bring those to you now so you can kind of see what the scene looks like. But again, really not a lot of information coming in. Apparently police will be updating with more information in a little bit. So check out this picture from Tom here. He tweeted this out on the scene as Alexandria police is investigating this multiple shooting, and apparently a car appeared to have some bullet holes. Police saying that they think the shooter knew his victims, but nothing else really confirmed as to their status and exactly how many people are shot.
Yeah, no information really there in that press conference. Only that the victim knew that the perpetrator most likely knew the victims. That's about it. So,
right.
You know, hopefully we get more, and obviously we will, from the statement that they're going to release later.
Right. It sounds like they'll release a printed statement and possibly, like she said, also have another press conference, hopefully down the line, not too far off, so that the reporters can ask some questions. Looks like we won't get much more from this, so we're going to take you back into the briefing. Sarah Sanders is not up yet, but we are hearing from the Director of Immigration and Principal Deputy Attorney General was previous to that. So let's jump right back in there.
That's what we need to change. We need cooperation from local law enforcement.
But you're saying, point blank,
Ma'am,
you're not going to take advantage of the immigrant communities who are victims, right?
taking advantage of immigrant community. Look, we're going to
victims. They're not going to be deported.
We need the immigrant community to assist us in identifying the most heinous criminals in the SMS-13. It's the most violent gang out there. So again, I'll say this again: if there's a victim of crime and they come forward, we're not looking to arrest a victim of crime. We're looking to arrest the bad guy, right? Now let me make this clear. Now, am I saying there's a population of illegal aliens are off the table? I'm not saying that. But victims of crime have certain protections, and they need to take full advantage of those protections. Ma'am?
Do you have a count for how many people are actually part of the MS-13 cities across the country? And what has the reaction been from sanctuary cities to the new policy that was announced earlier this week by the Attorney General? And if you could speak broadly about, obviously the President's been very critical of the Attorney General recently. He is overseeing everything that we're talking about. Has that criticism in any way impacted your ability, federal law enforcement's ability to do their jobs?
That's a lot of questions. I can tell you that thousands of MS-13 members in the country, and that number changes every day depending on who we deport and who sneaks in the country. As far as sanctuary cities, I don't know how they feel about the recent legislation, the recent action taken by DOJ, but I'll say it once again. Sanctuary cities are criminals' biggest friend. If you're an alien smuggler and you're smuggling people in this country for a living, that's one sales pitch. We can get you to a sanctuary city where that city will help shield you from immigration. So, you know, I've said it every time I speak. I say it, sanctuary cities need to help us keep the community safe. Sanctuary cities not only endanger public safety, they endanger my law enforcement officers, because when we can't get a criminal alien, violent alien out of a county jail, it means one of our officers have to go knock on the door, which anybody in law enforcement knows that's one of the most dangerous things to do. So rather than arresting a violent criminal in the safety, security, and privacy of a county jail, we got to go knock on the door. We got to arrest them in the community. The community's put at risk, our officers are put at risk, and the alien himself is put at risk. We got to start thinking about public safety and the men and women of ICE, the men and women of the Border Patrol, who we've lost many over the last few years at the hands of violent criminal aliens. We got to join forces with these cities. These cities have to come to us. They have to work with us to keep our community safe. Sir?
Attorney General, anything on the Attorney General?
What was the question, Attorney General?
The fact that the President's been criticizing him recently, has that in any way impacted your ability, federal law enforcement's ability to do their job?
ICE is going to do our job. We're going to continue to enforce the law. The Attorney General is a strong supporter of immigration enforcement. So isn't the President. And I'll end it there. But I can tell you, nothing's going to change the way we do our business. The men and women are ICE professionals. We're going to keep enforcing law within the orders of the executive order. Sir?
The previous administration also told the country to prioritize criminal gangs. Are you telling the country now that it didn't? And if you're not, what is different about your approach as compared to the previous administration's approach with MS-13 and those gangs like it?
Well, I can tell you that the prior administration prioritized criminals, not security threats. But the difference is, for those that criminal aliens get booked in a county jail, on the prior administration, they needed a conviction before we can put a detainer on and ask for them to come in our custody. That's not necessary anymore. If you've been arrested for a serious crime and you're in a county jail, we're going to drop a detainer. We're going to take the person in the custody.
What does that mean, dropping a detainer?
That means we're asking the local jurisdiction to hang on to them until we can get there to take custody of them when they're done with you.
Has that proven effective?
Yes, I think we got more jurisdictions coming to the table now. Even, you know, the story is, you know, we got sanctuary cities here and there, but more jurisdictions, more law enforcement come to the table now. The 287G agreements, we've already doubled those agreements on this administration. I expect to triple those agreements by the end of the year. Most law enforcement agrees with what I'm saying up here. The street cops, they want to work with us, and they want to identify these threats to the community and get them out of their communities. These people are not welcome in the communities, and local law enforcement are teaming up with us. The operation I spoke about here in New York City, we work with Nassau County, Suffolk County, NYPD. All these jurisdictions want to get the criminal element out of their neighborhoods. The immigrant communities themselves, they don't want these people in their communities. We all should be on the same page here. But again, you know, New York City, one of those places where, you know, we can't get into Rikers Island and put our hands on people that are here illegally and the criminal aliens. When it comes to gang members walk out of county jails and sanctuary cities every day across this country. That's what we need to change. Ma'am.
How are suspected gang members being identified for ICE enforcement? Is it just through local law enforcement? Are there databases that you're using? Like, how do you know how to find these gang members?
Local law enforcement, they're usually ones that, you know, they have the most intelligence on gang members. As far as what we look for to find gang members, I'd rather not discuss that, because I certainly don't want to share that information with the gang members who may be watching and say, okay, well, we'll just do this a little bit different. There is a myriad of factors we look, It's just not, we don't arrest people for the way they look. I'm gonna make that clear, 'cause I've seen media accounts about people with tattoos and clothing. That is one of many, many factors we look at. So it's really quite law enforcement sensitive how we identify, target, and locate gang members. So I can tell you that the men and women of ICE are well trained. Other federal agencies, whether it's the Bureau or whether it's, you know, the Suffolk County, Nassau County, Nassau County, they do this for a living. They're professionals. They look at a lot of factors, including database checks. But I'd rather not share the factors we all consider to look at that, because I really don't want to share that with the criminal element who may be watching this program.
Thank you. You said that victims of crimes who are immigrants will not be targeted. In February, your agency detained a woman in El Paso, Texas, who was seeking a protective order against a domestic abuser. Can you say now that your agency will not be doing that again? And if it's been done in the past, why should we believe you that it won't be done in the future?
Okay, with that case you're talking about, you obviously don't know all the facts that I do. That is not the way. There's much more of that story than you're presenting here today. I can tell you that was a solid arrest, and it's under litigation. I can't give you I can't give you all the information I have. That was a good arrest. That was a public safety arrest, and I can't say anymore because it's in litigation.
Take one last question, guys.
You focused, and the president's going to focus tomorrow on the most violent gangs, MS-13, and suggesting that that's what ICE is focused on. I'm reading a story here from just last month that said the biggest number that ICE arrests are up of illegal immigrants, and the sharpest spike is seen for non-criminals. I think that the other side of the issue would say that ICE and this administration really is going after non-criminals and just using these moments to sort of suggest otherwise. What do you say about that?
It's ridiculous. I mean, when under prior administration, non-criminals were not a priority. So when you go from 0 to 100, of course you can see the biggest rise in that. The executive orders are clear. Anybody reads the executive orders, no population's off the table. So non-criminals, yeah, those that are got a court order from a judge that refused to leave, we're looking for them. Those who enter the country illegally, I've said it 100 times, that is a crime to enter this country illegally. And when they get their due process at great government, at great taxpayer expense, billions of dollars are spent on border security, immigration court, detention. So when they get their due process and a federal judge orders them removed, that order needs to mean something, or the whole system has no integrity. Nowhere else in law enforcement has anybody asked a law enforcement agency to ignore a judge's order from a bench. They've had a due process. Our job is to enforce those orders, and that's what we do. And for the people that say that we concentrate too much on those that are not criminal beyond them committing a crime entering the country illegally, they've not committed yet another crime. You should ignore them. They've been here. Let them go. That message drives what happened in San Antonio. That message drives what happened in Victoria, Texas, that I investigated back in 2003. If we send the message that if you get into the country, you get by the Border Patrol and don't get arrested by local law enforcement for another crime, no one's looking for you, that is a magnet, that is a pull factor. We got to stop that messaging. We got to tell people it's not okay to violate the laws of this country. You can't want to be a part of this country and not respect its laws. You can't have it both ways. So until we get that message clear, that there is no safe haven here, and if you're in sanctuary cities, that's where we'll send additional resources, look for you at your home, at place of employment. We're going to enforce the law. We got to stop sending the message that people that don't commit yet another crime should be forgotten. Don't enforce the law.
I put on a previous question that said you need the cooperation of local communities. We hear that a lot from law enforcement, and including American immigrants, families that are maybe have mixed situations. The President Trump the other day called it in a speech in Ohio twice referred to criminal gang members as animals. I think there are some who would say, well, that's sort of another attempt to paint broader swaths of immigrants as criminal and violent. He wasn't that specific about who he's talking about necessarily, and I'm wondering if you think that kind of rhetoric is appropriate, or whether that could, potentially set back some of your efforts in trying to convince community members to work with your department.
As a career law enforcement officer, I can tell you that criminal aliens are a threat not only to public safety, but to national security. We got to enforce the laws. The men and women at ICE are doing it in a professional manner. And I shared with you the last time I was here why it's so important to let the folks know in Central America and Mexico, let those that want to come to the United States to find themselves in a sanctuary city, why it's so important to send a message they should not make that dangerous trek. In my years of 33 years of doing this job, these are criminal organizations that transport these people into the country. The same organizations, the same illicit pathways that smuggle drugs, smuggle weapons, and smuggle people that want to do harm to this country. And by continuing to ignore that segment of the illegal population, we are bankrolling these criminal organizations. As I said earlier, sanctuary cities, that's the alien smuggler's best friend. That's their advertisement. We'll get you to a sanctuary city. And I'm telling you, what I've seen in my career, I've seen people that were killed could not pay their smuggling fee. I've seen, we talked to women that have been raped, children's been molested, people have been killed. You know, I shared with a media yesterday, in Phoenix, Arizona, during the hostage crisis several years ago, people couldn't pay their fees. The fees would double once they got it. They couldn't pay the fees. We rescued one man who was duct taped from head to toe. His whole face and head were duct taped, and had a hole poked in the mouth with a straw so he could breathe for 2 days. When I was in Victoria, Texas, I did stand in back of a tractor trailer in 19 Dead Aliens with a 5-year-old that suffered. What do you think that 5-year-old went through the last 30 minutes of his life? What do you think his father went through the last 30 minutes of his life, looking down at his child, knowing he couldn't help him because they're locked him back to the tractor trailer? I'm not calling anybody anymore. I'm saying there's those who break the law and those who don't break the law. You got to respect the laws of this country. There's millions of people that are members of society that enter this country the right way, and that's what we need to push. We need to push. Enter this. There's a legal way and an illegal way. We got to be pushing the legal message out there and stop sending this message that if you don't commit yet another crime beyond the crime you committed when you came to this country, that it's okay to be here. It's not okay to be here illegally. It's not okay to violate the laws of this country. We're going to enforce law. That is why, with everything you're reading right now and all these horrific events, that's why we need more. We need the 10,000 officers that President Trump has promised, so we can go after these gangs even harder in the criminal alien population. We need the border wall. Border wall is one more tool in the toolbox that might prevent some of the things from happening. That is why what President Trump is asking us to do, that is what he's proposing for border security makes sense to the law enforcement community. Not just Tom Homan at ICE, but the 20,000 men and women that work at ICE, the 20,000 Border Patrol agents that wear the uniform and step on the front line every day. We need this help. We need these executive orders to make sense of what we do every day.
Thanks so much, Tom. We really appreciate it. Thank you, Tom, Rob. Just like the dedicated men and women of ICE and DOJ who are unquestionably producing results every day in these fights against vicious cartels, Senate Republicans now have an opportunity this evening to deliver on one of our biggest promises to the American people. On the Hill, the Senate is gearing up for a series of votes on the Republican plans to finally repeal and replace Obamacare and replace it with the Freedom Healthcare Bill. Congressional Republicans have been telling the American people that given the chance, they would save them from this increasing damage of this disastrous law. After 7 years of skyrocketing premiums and dwindling healthcare options, now is their chance to act. The President looks forward to seeing the Senate fulfill that promise later tonight when they finally repeal Obamacare and end the nightmares it has caused for American families and businesses. I hate to start the Q&A off on a low note, but I wanted to get ahead of some of the personnel-related questions and just let you guys know ahead of time that no, I cannot confirm whether or not Sean Spicer will be on Dancing with the Stars upon leaving the White House. And with that, I will take your questions, Jonathan.
Sarah, does the President have confidence in his Chief of Staff?
Look, I think I've addressed this question when it comes to staffing and personnel many times, that if the President doesn't, then he'll make that decision. We all serve at the pleasure of the President, and if he gets to a place where that isn't the case, he'll let you know.
So you can't say right now if the President has full confidence in Chief of Staff Reince Priebus?
I think I just answered that. Look, I think what we have, this is a White House that has a lot of different perspectives because the President hires the very best people. They're not always going to agree. There are going to be a lot of different ideas. Unlike previous administrations, this isn't groupthink. We all come and have a chance to voice those ideas, voice those perspectives, and have a lot of healthy competition. And with that competition, you usually get the best results. The president likes that type of competition and encourages it. The people that are here because they love the president, they love this country, and they want to see the best things happen. And sometimes you're going to have different ideas come to the table. That's all we're talking about.
Public humiliation of both the Attorney General and now the Chief of Staff, left to kind of wonder about their own fate, their own status within this administration.
I don't know that the president's spoken about that, particularly on Attorney General Sessions. Look, he's been clear that he was disappointed with his decision to recuse himself, but at the same time, as I've said, look, Attorney General Sessions knows better than anybody that the president and his campaign had nothing to do with Russia, and his decision to recuse himself was disappointing to the president. At the same time, the president wants him to do his job, do it properly. He wants him to be tough on the intelligence leaks, and he wants him to move forward.
Lindsey Graham says there will be holy hell to pay if Attorney General Sessions is fired. What does the president say to that?
You know, I haven't asked him about Lindsey Graham's comments. Matthew?
Thanks, Sarah. The Pentagon has announced that the president's statements via Twitter did not change the transgender policy in the military, and that the White House actually has to issue a policy directive to the Secretary of Defense to make that change happen. So 2 questions. Does the president plan to do so? And if so, how will that affect transgender troops that are currently serving?
As I said yesterday, the White House will work with the Department of Defense and all of the relevant parties to make sure that we fully implement this policy moving forward and do so in a lawful manner.
What is the policy, and was the president aware that he can't make policy changes via statements on Twitter? Because the Pentagon is saying...
I think he was making the announcement of the policy change.
So the policy hasn't yet been formulated?
Well, like I said, they are going to have to work out the details on how that all moves forward to lawfully implement that policy change from this point.
Sarah, thank you. Moving on to healthcare, you talked about how Senate Republicans have the chance tonight to really undo Obamacare, but it seems like the thing that's most likely to get through is the skinny repeal. And that would just kind of, that would maybe get rid of the mandate and some other things, but it's not the massive overhaul that had been promised. So would the White House support just a skinny repeal, that being signed into law?
We certainly support progress moving forward, and that's what we're seeing taking place in the Senate right now. And I think that that's the place where we've been since we started this, is we're looking for moving the ball forward down the field, repealing and replacing it with a better healthcare system, and this is one step within that process.
But does the White House believe that a skinny repeal on its own would be enough to address the issues of premiums, rising premiums and deductibles and things like that? Like, would the president sign just a skinny repeal?
Well, we've got to see what they get to tonight. We haven't seen a final piece of legislation. We're continuing to work with the Senate to make sure we get the best health care we can. Go ahead.
Yeah, Sarah, I want to ask 2 questions, one about the president's management style and one about immigration enforcement. So on the president's management style, is the president aware that occasionally, like days like yesterday when he had a big jobs announcement he wanted to roll out, that his seemingly impulsive decisions to make an announcement on transgender troops steps on his own message? Is the president aware of that dynamic, and is he interested in changing it at all?
I think the president's aware that he can walk and chew gum at the same time. This is a White House that takes on a lot of different things every day, not just one, and we're going to continue to do that moving forward.
On immigration, I have a question about immigration enforcement. So this week when the president spoke in Ohio, he spoke about MS-13 and he gave a litany of the violence that they're capable of. And then he said, our guys are rougher than their guys. What did the president mean by that?
I think the president means that our guys are going to do whatever it takes to protect Americans, protect American lives, protect our borders.
Is that a license for the use of more force when it comes to making arrests against MS-13?
Look, the president wants people to do their jobs, not go beyond the scope of what they should do, but he wants to protect our country. He wants to protect American people, and he's asked the law enforcement agencies to step up and help be part of that process, as I think we would all expect for them to.
Does he want law enforcement agencies to change the rules of the use of force when it comes to making the arrests against MS-13?
I'm not aware of any specific changes.
Hey, Sarah. Anthony Scaramucci was on CNN today talking about Reince Priebus. He said, quote, if he wants to prove he's not a leaker, let him do it. I can't imagine that you would speak on Anthony's behalf, but if you would, does he think that Reince Priebus is a leaker, or does the White House, does the president think that Reince is leaking?
I'm not going to comment on Anthony's suggestion. I'll let him answer for himself. I think I made pretty clear where the president is, and I don't have anything to add beyond that.
I have a tax question too, please. Does the president believe that tax overhaul should increase the budget deficit, or should it be revenue neutral?
Look, we're continuing to make announcements on the details of the tax reform plan. As I'm sure you all saw, there was a joint statement that came out earlier today, and we're making a lot of progress on this front. As we get closer to lining out the final details, we'll certainly be putting those out in front of all of you. The big pieces are simplification and helping take off the relief for the middle class. Those are big places that we're really focused, and we're going to continue to do that. As you saw from the statement, the border adjustment tax was taken off the table, and that's another big step forward in the process. Peter?
Sarah, can I ask you quickly about Anthony Scaramucci, a little bit of housekeeping?
Only if you do it quickly.
Fine. Has he taken an oath of office?
I'm sorry?
Has Anthony Scaramucci taken an oath of office?
Not that I'm aware of.
Have his security clearances gone through yet?
As always, we do not discuss security clearances.
Is he an official member of the White House staff now? Initially, it was announced that it would be in mid-August.
He is working at the White House, but on your other questions, I can't answer
let
that.
me follow up then on December. But if you would,
we're going to go with one question Thursday because we're kind of tight on time. As you guys know, the president's got to open precedent.
I was following the front row. Let me ask you about the Boy Scouts then, if I can.
I'm going to actually go to John. Sorry, Peter.
Thank you, Sarah. I do have to ask you about the health care bill. Many who are in the Freedom Caucus say that they would oppose the skinny repeal that was referred to earlier, that if a measure came out with just ending the mandates and ending the tax on medical devices, that would, and not addressing anything else, they vote against it. Is the president aware of this, and is he making any calls for specific parts of the repeal effort?
Look, the administration's been working hand in hand on pushing repeal and replace of Obamacare. We actually like the term freedom bill a lot better because we think it addresses what this bill actually is. It removes a lot of those mandates that allow people to have the type of freedom, have states have the freedom that they want. And that was one of the big priorities for this administration. We're, happy about that progress, and we're going to wait and see where this bill ends up later this evening. John Decker.
Thanks a lot, Sarah. Is the president, just to follow up on what John Gizzi just asked you, I don't think you got to that particular part of the question.
Sorry.
Is the president picking up the phone? Is he calling those 7 or 8 Republican senators, making the case for them that this may be their last best hope for repealing and replacing Obamacare? And if he is, what's his message to those particular senators?
The same one he's been making all along. Let's get the job done. Let's replace a terrible healthcare system with a better one. And he's going to be engaged, and I'll keep you posted on any specifics and people that he talks to. Peter?
Had all of those Republican senators here at the White House last week, Sarah.
Sorry, guys, we're real tight on time. I'm really going to try to keep you to one question. Let's be polite to your colleagues. Go ahead, Peter.
Anthony Scaramucci said this morning that the president might veto the Russia sanctions bill, even though Senator Corker has now withdrawn his objection, and the same version that we've already seen from the House is going to be up for the Senate vote. Is that in fact possible? Would he veto a bill that passed with just 3 negative votes in the House and 2 negative votes in the Senate?
As I said yesterday, the president and the administration support sanctions against Russia, Iran, and North Korea. We continue to support strong sanctions against those 3 countries, and we're going to wait and see what that final legislation looks like and make a decision at that point. As soon as we have a final piece of legislation, we'll let you know. David.
In terms of working with the DOD on this new policy, how long is it going to be before you find out what the details are?
I don't have a specific timeline, but I believe they're going to start moving on it quickly, but we'll keep you posted as those details come out. Again, I don't have a specific timeline on what that looks like, but I know that they're ready to start moving and work on that implementation. Major?
Thanks. Several Senate Republicans have sent signals to this White House. 1, don't make a recess appointment because we're not going to allow it. 2, there's not going to be a confirmation hearing if there's a new Attorney General nominated. There is a signal being sent, don't do what we fear you might be contemplating. Can you for the betterment of the Senate Republicans who are working with this White House on a lot of issues, put to rest once and for all the status of the Attorney General. He's not going to be fired. There's not going to be a need for a recess appointment, and this issue can be laid to rest for the country and for Senate Republicans who appear, based on their public statements, to be anxious about this prospect.
Yeah, I guess I'm not sure how many times you have to lay an issue to rest. I've tried many times.
No, but when you don't say the president has confidence and the president says time will tell, as he said earlier this week, I'm only telling you what Senate Republicans who are in a position to have to deal with this are
Yeah, and I've
saying.
answered your question, and yesterday you probably saw a statement come out from here that was more fake news from the Washington Post on the fact that we were considering a recess appointment. I think that sums that up pretty clearly. Kevin.
Thanks, Sarah. This is a little, maybe just a little bit off topic, but I want to run it by you anyway. Is the president aware of the story?
It's probably good if we mix it up a little bit.
Yeah, why not, right? Is the president aware of the story of the IT staffer, the congressional IT staffer who most recently worked for Florida Congresswoman Debbie Wasserman Schultz, Imran Awan, who was recently arrested attempting to leave the country, although he said he was not trying to flee the country. Is the president aware of that particular circumstance, and is he satisfied with the pace of the investigation?
I haven't had a conversation with him specifically about that, but I do think it is something we should fully look into, and there should be a thorough investigation on that. Kristen.
Thank you. Since we only have one question, I'm going to ask you about the Boy Scouts.
You gotta make it count.
Chief wrote this to family members who were at the president's events earlier this week. I want to extend my sincere apologies to those in our scouting family who were offended by the political rhetoric that was inserted into the jamboree. That was never our intent. We sincerely regret that politics were inserted into the scouting program. Does the president owe the Boy Scouts an apology?
I was at that event, and I saw nothing but roughly 40 to 45,000 Boy Scouts cheering the president on throughout his remarks. And I think they were pretty excited that he was there and happy to hear him speak to them.
Zeke. Why is that the Boy Scouts has acknowledged that there's a problem. A lot of parents have expressed frustration in the wake of those comments and felt the need to actually write a letter about it. So does the president owe them an apology?
Again, I was at that event and heard nothing but a lot of cheering and probably one of the most energetic crowds I've seen in front of the president. And so I don't have anything to add. I haven't seen the statement from the Boy Scouts, so I can't comment any further than what I saw firsthand, and that was a lot of individuals, roughly 40 to 45,000 as reported, cheering the president on. Zeke.
I have two for you real quick. If you don't
You have
mind.
one. Remember, there's a rule today.
I'll be quick. First, on Anthony Scaramucci on CNN this morning, he said he had a conversation with Attorney General Jeff Sessions about these supposed leaks. That would appear to violate DOJ guidelines, so I was hoping you could provide some clarity on that front. And secondly, out of Alaska today, the local paper there is reporting that Senator Murkowski received a phone call from Secretary of Interior Zinke threatening the people of, essentially threatening the services and federal dollars that were spent and the administration's posture towards the people of Alaska if she voted a certain way on the health care bill. I was hoping you could confirm that and discuss whether that sort of conversation, if it happened, would be appropriate.
I'll answer both of your questions with one answer so that it keeps it somewhat fair, since you kind of broke the rules. But I'm not going to speak about conversations between cabinet members and other individuals that I wasn't a part of and haven't had a chance to talk to either individual about. Francesca?
Thank you, Sarah. You suggested that the president continues to have confidence in Reince Priebus based on the fact that he's still in the position. And he's a friend of Anthony Scaramucci, who's coming into the administration. At this point, based on what we've seen quite publicly playing out, though, does he think they at least need to sit down and talk, as House Speaker Paul Ryan said, and get whatever this is out of their system so that they can start off on the right foot here?
I don't know if he has an opinion on what they should do between the two of them. I think the president, as always, enjoys healthy competition and conversation, and he sees that as such. I've got to wrap up here because the president is getting ready to do an event, which I know you all probably want to attend. And I want to leave you with just one last thing before I close out on an important development. You guys love to talk about Russia, and there's been nonstop coverage. And the one day that there might have been a question on Russia, there wasn't. Often that we have a lot of media with Russia first, and but today there was public testimony that further discredited the phony dossier that's been the source of so much of the fake news and conspiracy theories, and we learned that the firm that produced it was also being paid by the Russians. This is yet the latest piece of evidence that vindicates what the president has said, that this is a witch hunt and a hoax. And it's a shame that the president and the country have had to go through this charade continually, and hopefully this will help us move forward in that process. And with that, thank you guys so much, and we'll see you tomorrow.
All right, guys, and as Sarah mentioned, it is now time for the president's event. President Trump is actually honoring some of the first responders who responded to the congressional baseball shooting in Alexandria that we took live. If you guys caught that with us, we had that on our show all day on that day. So now I have 2 shots up, and we're getting ready for that. That will be happening next, I believe, from the White House, and we'll check in there next.
What handshake? Ma and Trump shook hands.
Yesterday when I guess
we're not right.
We were on
yeah.
See, he was the only one head on.
Right.
But he missed the whole thing because he was violent.
No, he didn't.
Yeah.
It's funny because when we were up there, I thought he's the only one that got it.
No,
yeah.
He was violent, and then he starts blaming the death because he was violent.
Yeah, he got in now. You can go back over there.
Tell her.
Hi guys, if you're just joining us on the stream, I'm here in the DC newsroom here, the digital news desk. We're watching inside the White House. President Trump is about to honor the first responders, the heroes who responded to the congressional baseball practice shooting in June that happened on June 14th. And as you know, if you've been following along here, Steve Scalise, Representative Steve Scalise, who was shot, spent a lot of time in the intensive care unit. He was released this week and now will undergo some intensive rehabilitation. That is sure to be mentioned, as well as the other heroes who were shot, Capitol Police Officer Crystal Griner and David Bailey, who had a minor injury after the shooting. So he'll be here to honor these first responders inside the White House. This will be sort of a ceremonial type event, and we were told it was starting around 3 o'clock, so we'll see sort of when this all starts up. But Sarah Sanders herself mentioning this just now at the White House press briefing. She had to run off stage to get to this event, so this should be a good one to sort of close out our stream here, our show on the Fox 5 live stream today. So thanks so much for joining us, guys. Thanks for your comments. Let me know if you have any thoughts or questions. Good to see some of you guys back on the chat. Stay with us for this ceremony. It's coming up next.
Oh my goodness.
I know, right? You guys even come up with the Wouldn't it? Yeah. Stay there all the whole time. Peter asked me. Oh, no. We'll be doing some stuff out there. I missed that. the days when he's down up there, they don't even move the pool. They don't? I don't think so. I don't know. Only time I've done is the PGA. Yeah, they need to stay on campus. Where were the mooches? Where were the mooches? Like Alex is over here. When we start talking. What up, easy money?
Ladies and gentlemen, the Vice President of the United States, Ms. Jennifer Scalise, Dr. Jack Sava, and Dr. Robert Golden.
Please be seated. To members of Congress, our distinguished guests, members of the law enforcement community from all across the United States, on behalf of the First Family, welcome to the White House. And welcome to American Heroes Week here in our nation's capital. 1 month ago today, America woke to shocking news that a gunman had opened fire on a baseball diamond just south of our nation's capital. But in the wake of that horrific attack, our nation was deeply inspired by the heroism of America's first responders, and we celebrate that today. Today, President Trump will pay a debt of gratitude to the men and women who inspired the nation that day and all they represent. This week, good news. The nation rejoiced with word that Congressman Steve Scalise was released from the hospital. And Steve, I know you're watching, so let me say we're inspired and relieved by your recovery. It's an answer to prayer. And we're especially honored to be joined today by your remarkable and courageous wife, Jennifer. Jennifer, I know I speak for the President when I say that you and the kids will remain in our prayers until Steve is back to work. Jennifer also wanted me to recognize two medical professionals who cared for Congressman Scalise from the very moment he arrived at the hospital and tended to the others who were wounded that day. Trauma surgeon Jack Sava and Dr. Robert Golden of MedStar Washington Hospital Center saved lives, and we're honored by your presence today. But finally, here on American Heroes Week, we gather in particular to honor 5 truly remarkable Americans who, without regard to their personal safety, rushed into harm's way and prevented an even greater national tragedy. Join me in welcoming 5 American heroes here to the East Room at the White House. Officer Kevin Jobe of the Alexandria Police. Officer Alexander Jensen of the Alexandria Police. Officer Nicole Battaglia of the Alexandria Police. Officer David Bailey of the United States Capitol Police. And Officer Crystal Griner of the United States Capitol Police. As you will hear more in a moment, these 5 officers exemplify the best of law enforcement in this country, and they honor us by their presence today. Now, before we welcome the President, would you just join me in showing one more round of applause to 5 remarkable Americans and all the men and women in law enforcement that they represent here at the White House today.
Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States.
Please sit down. Thank you. And thank you to Vice President, for doing a fantastic job and for the introduction. We welcome you all, members of Congress and distinguished guests. We are gathered here today for a very, very special occasion as we pay tribute to real heroes whose courageous actions under fire saved so many lives in Alexandria, Virginia, just 6 weeks ago. On the morning of June 14th, several members of Congress began their day on the baseball diamond, practicing for one of this town's greatest traditions, the annual charity Congressional baseball game. It was just another beautiful morning until the unthinkable happened. The familiar sounds of baseball were suddenly interrupted by loud, vicious gunfire. Matt Micah, Zachary Barth, and beloved Congressman and my friend Steve Scalise were each shot during an attack. Others were injured trying to evade the incoming bullets, of which there were many. Fortunately, from the moment that gunman began to shoot, he was met by return fire. Capitol Police, Special Agents David Bailey and Crystal Griner raced through the bullets, and that's exactly what they did. They raced through the bullets and immediately engaged the gunman. Minutes later, members of the Alexandria Police Department arrived on the scene. Officers Nicole Battaglia, Kevin Jobe, and Alex Jensen joined the fight. Special Agent Griner was shot in the leg. Visit her in the hospital. She was hurt very badly. And shrapnel injured Special Agent Bailey as bullets swirled all around him. Despite their injuries, both officers heroically continued to face down the gunman until they brought him down. And he had rifles. They had handguns. It's a big difference. These officers saved the lives of every innocent person on the field that day. Many of them friends of Mike and myself. They are American heroes, and we salute them. Fantastic. That is so beautiful. Thank you. We also salute the members of Congress who acted with such bravery in the face of danger, shielding each other and caring for the injured. We honor today the emergency dispatchers who directed the first responders to the scene within seconds. They really acted quickly. I especially want to recognize all of the personnel from the Alexandria Fire Department and the U.S. Park Police Aviation Unit for providing life support in a crisis where every second mattered. Thank you for what you did that day and for what you do every single day. Thank you very much. We also express our deep appreciation for the paramedics, doctors, nurses, and surgeons from MedStar Washington Hospital and George Washington University Hospital for saving the lives of the wounded. Joining us today is Congressman Scalise's medical team. Dr. Jack Safa, where's Jack? Dr. Safa. Stand up, Jack. Come on. That's beautiful. MedStar's Director of Trauma Surgery, and Dr. Robert Golden, the Director of Orthopedic Trauma. Doctor, congratulations. They were a lot more worried that night at the hospital, weren't they? Great job. You have the gratitude of the entire nation. Thank you for caring for the victims and for your dear friend Steve, and he is our dear friend. Steve is a fighter. We've known that for a long time. This week, he was discharged from the hospital and is now beginning weeks of intensive rehabilitation at an inpatient facility. He will recover. We are praying for him. We're pulling for him. And we are sending his family our support and our love. Steve's great wife, who I've gotten to know, Jennifer, is here with us today. And we applaud the strength and courage that she has shown throughout this incredible ordeal. Thank you, Jennifer. Thank you, Jennifer. Other Americans responded to this tragedy in ways that remind us how much stronger we are when we're united. When the congressional baseball game was played just one day later, nearly 25,000 people turned out, by far a record. They raised more than $1.5 million for charity, also by far a record. The citizens of Steve's home parish organized a blood drive in his name, and Vice President Pence donated his blood at the Congressional Blood Drive. Thank you, Mike. Just recently, House Republicans and Democrats introduced a bill to provide support to Capitol police officers who are injured on duty. People have been looking at this for a long time, but Jennifer, you can tell Steve that he pulled it off, okay? That's better than being a whip. I hope it gets to my desk soon. I will sign it immediately, okay? The assault on June 14th reminded us that evil exists in this world, but it also reminded us that heroes walk in our midst, that love triumphs over tragedy, and that our resolve is stronger than ever. We praise America's law enforcement, and I've been praising them for a long time. They are unbelievable people. For being tough, for doing the tough jobs, the dangerous jobs, and sometimes thankless jobs with tremendous integrity, devotion, and courage. So I just want to thank law enforcement generally. Thank you. I can only tell you from the campaign, the people love you, they respect you, and they admire you. So I know you go through a lot, but they have great admiration, so just remember that, please. Today, I'm deeply honored to present our nation's highest award for a public safety officer, the Medal of Valor, to Special Agent Crystal Griner, Special Agent David Bailey, and Alexandria Police Department officers Nicole Battaglia, Kevin Job, and Alex Jensen. The Medal of Valor is reserved for those who go above and beyond the call of duty, as each of these men and women did that on that fateful day, and they did it with great courage, and they did it with instinct. When our human instincts tell us to run, there's danger. Our police and first responders run straight at it, standing in the breach, protecting the innocent and keeping our loved ones safe. Now I would like the military aide to read the citation as these great American heroes step forward to receive the Medal of Valor.
Special Agent Crystal Griner. Medal of Valor presented to Special Agent Crystal Griner, U.S. Capitol Police, District of Columbia, for bravery and composure while engaged in an active shooter incident. Despite being shot, Special Agent Griner placed herself in mortal danger to save the lives of members of Congress, attending family members, and congressional staff during a charity softball practice at Eugene Simpson Memorial Park in Alexandria, Virginia. Special Agent David Bailey. Medal of Valor presented to Special Agent David Bailey, U.S. Capitol Police, District of Columbia, for taking brave and decisive action to subdue an active shooter. Special Agent Bailey was shot during the exchange of gunfire, but continued to advance the shooter without benefit of cover until the active shooter was subdued, saving the lives of members of Congress, attending family members, and congressional staff. Officer Nicole Battaglia. Medal of Valor presented to Officer Nicole Battaglia, Alexandria Police Department, Virginia, for demonstrating extraordinary courage in saving the lives of 2 U.S. Capitol Police officers, members of Congress, their families, and congressional staff. Officer Battaglia engaged the assailant, exchanging gunfire at close range and ultimately neutralizing him. Officer Alexander Jensen. Medal of Valor presented to Officer Alex Jensen, Alexandria Police Department, Virginia. For swift and valiant action in responding to an active shooter, Officer Jensen put himself in harm's way during the active shooter incident, moving without cover and drawing fire from the assailant until the assailant was subdued and the safety of the members of Congress, their families, and congressional staff was ensured. Officer Kevin Job. Medal of Valor presented to Officer Kevin Job, Alexandria Police Department, Virginia, for placing himself in grave danger to protect 2 U.S. Capitol Police officers, members of Congress, their families, and congressional staff. Officer Job engaged in an active shooter, neutralizing a volatile gunman, and preventing further injuries to innocent bystanders in the park.
Very brave people, great people. Congratulations to all of you. We are forever in your debt. Thank you. God bless you. God bless our truly amazing law enforcement. And God bless America. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please remain in your seats until the President has departed the East Room.
All right, guys, and with that, that will close out this ceremony. President Trump at the White House honoring the first responders from that fateful day, June 14th, the Alexandria shooting. I remember it so well, I'll never ever forget it. And these guys, these heroes, just there doing their job. Another day for them. And here they are now in the White House. I thought it was interesting to see Crystal Griner there, still on crutches, still recovering from her injuries, her surgery. And of course, David Bailey there as well, the Capitol Police members who were there just doing their job. And so lucky for these congressmen that they were there on site that day. Thanks, Nostalgic Soul, for your comments. I thought it was a beautiful ceremony as well. Pretty cool to jump right into the White House and see this type of thing live. It's pretty fun to bring it to you guys live, and we enjoy watching it here in the studio as well. So with that, guys, that will end our show today, later into the afternoon today. I want to thank you so much for joining on the stream. We love being here for you, Fox 5 Live, during the day, midday during the weekdays, 11 o'clock into the afternoon. Often politics, sometimes other stuff, any breaking news. We're here to bring you guys those live sources. So we're going to be back tomorrow. Please do join us on Friday, 11 o'clock. You can jump in on the stream at any time. But if you want to remember it, go ahead and click that button that says subscribe so you can see our videos and our streams whenever they come up and be alerted to that on your phone or on your email, etc. So again, I'm Molly Nevola, guys, here in the studio. Appreciate you guys joining me for this digital live news show, and really excited to see you guys on the stream as we go forward tomorrow and into next week. So with that, guys, we'll close it out. There's David Bailey there, kind of cool to see him up close. I had a friend of mine in DC who was a close connection to him, and this story has just been a riveting story. It was a crazy day there in Alexandria, and now to see them honored is just really beautiful. So thank you guys all so much. We'll close it out with a shot of the White House, a live look at what it looks like outside this room, guys. Take a look at the White House here, and we'll see you tomorrow. Join us at 11 for Fox 5 Live right here on our YouTube channel. See you guys then.